Go, 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 go.
Whoa, big tornado.
Confirmed tornado right near the Malcolm area.
Tornado in progress.
On the ground, still tornado on the ground. We did it! 30 seconds! That's all I wanted! Well, good afternoon, everybody, from the Florida Space Coast. Meteorologist Nick Stewart here today. We are back from our planes chasing trip. And I was kind of thinking that, I might have one day before I go back to work and kind of settle in and unpack. And instead, I had to furiously get my car ready for what looks to be a pretty marginal overall severe weather risk today in the great state of Florida. We are watching a severe weather threat evolving. A line of storms is currently coming in from the west. And that will lead to the chance for some severe weather as we go throughout the afternoon across central Florida, maybe southern Florida as well. We are under a mesoscale discussion. It's a 40% chance right now of a possible watch being issued. So we're watching that very closely. For the time being, no active tornado warnings, although we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out there towards the Tampa area. That's a look at the radar view right now. Severe thunderstorm warning just south of Tampa. The whole line pretty much has some type of special weather statement issued to it right now, so we're watching that. We do have that 5% tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. We're driving up I-95 right now, and in due time we will be taking a turn westward. At this exit actually coming up here. We'll be taking a turn west and we'll get kind of close to these storms. Right now you can kind of see it's a bit of a mess. There's kind of a whole line of storms if you're looking at radar at home. We did have a few discrete storms kind of get going early, so I thought that may have been something that would kind of continue early on. But that doesn't really seem to want to be doing it. So we're gonna just gonna kind of watch and see what's happening here, you know? Hopefully you all are having a wonderful afternoon, or morning, or night, whatever time it is where you're at right now. We'll be getting off at this exit here. We'll be heading westward off of I-95, off to the west, to go get closer to these storms. We will be, if you've never chased Florida before, it's a treat. If you've never watched the stream before, it's a treat. It's definitely a bunch different challenge. The road networks are not as forgiving as other parts. And I was about to get off this exit here, but I'm kind of watching this little line of storms just to my north. Switch to the Melbourne radar. A few little storms producing a good amount of lightning just off to my north. Kind of curious what these might look like. A better velocity view closer to the radar site here. Again, there is a mesoscale discussion that is out right now. It's calling for the potential of a watch. I believe it's a 40% chance right now. I'm gonna call him. So I'm gonna go west. We're watching these storms to the north. It's questionable exactly how I want to play this yet. We will have random dropouts. I am solely on Starlink right now, so if I go underneath overpasses and stuff like that, there may be a drop in connection. I'll get the dual bonding functioning here momentarily. We'll get that redundancy going. Right now I'm just kind of rocking with just the Starlink, so trees and bridges and stuff like that may cause some issues early on. Kind of watching these little storms that are just off to my north right now by Daytona Beach. Those are kind of interesting. Just west of Daytona Beach. Otherwise, we have that line coming in from the west as well. I will be going northwest on this highway, so we'll get kind of close. Ruby Starling, welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a great afternoon. And hello. I want to make sure I'm on the Melbourne radar as these storms are kind of getting a little bit closer to me. We do have pretty good radar coverage in Florida. We got the Tampa radar out west, the Melbourne radar here on the eastern coast. We do have a terminal radar in Orlando, the radar site there, but obviously that's going to give you some lesser range. But then there's kind of a bit of a gap north between like Melbourne and Jacksonville. It's not terrible by any means, especially compared to other parts of the country. It's not the best though. I'm watching these storms still just west of Daytona Beach. I don't know. Under my math exam, dominating. You'll love to see it. Afternoon, Nick from the UK. Do you think there's a good chance for tornadoes today? It's a chance, I'll say that much. I think the likelihood of a tornado or two, I think, is pretty likely somewhere in the state. You just have to get on that right storm. The parameters today aren't, extremely rambunctious, but it could be enough to kind of get things done. Highest risks, you're gonna have to go a while. Probably next week, probably mid to late next week. I think things do get a little bit more active again. Looks like a bit of a calm period before things get a little bit more rambunctious once again. We've had a very turbulent end to April and early May. And we're having a bit of a break here in early May before things probably get a little bit more turbulent by late May. Yeah, the good thing about Florida is that we get a lot of tornadoes. They tend to not really hit big population areas because there is a lot of, what you're looking at here. It's a lot of rural areas in Florida, a lot of swampland, a lot of areas people don't live. Also, the tornadoes here tend to be on the weaker side, usually. That's obviously not always the case, but I would say a lot of the time we tend to have some weaker tornadoes. Yeah, I don't really have... We've had a lot of tornadoes in Tallahassee not that long ago. Oh, the channel got hit by that. Oh, yeah. Yes, that was our coverage of... that was actually one of my last days at that TV station. One of my last days there. We had that heck of a storm that came on through. It was quite the send-off after working there. Finally seeing Florida after a couple of days of doing some incredible tornado monitoring. Yeah, it's been an interesting stretch of weather there in the plains. We got some tornadoes. I think we decided, and based on surveys, 3 tornadoes by Fort Stockton on my first day of chasing there in the plains. And then we had just a lot of good storms, not a lot else kind of in that middle period, and we ended with the Northern Lights. So it was bookended very well overall, the trip. We had a really good start and a really good end, and then the middle was just kind of weird. we had at least we had a lot of severe weather chances. We were on, tornado warnings several days. We were in tornado watches, I think, every day we chased, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure every single day we chased, we were under a tornado watch, if not a tornado warning, at some point. There was, or is, a tornado watch currently in effect in northern Florida. I believe that goes till 1 o'clock. I don't think it's been extended southward at this juncture. There is that tornado watch there in northern Florida. Not where I'm at the moment. But the storms are not going to really be in that watch area anymore. It's going to be farther south at this point. Parameters today aren't incredible, but it's probably enough to get the job done today. There is a bit of a boundary that's kind of floating. Yeah, good to see you as well, Barbara. You're probably up in the Tallahassee area, would be my guess. They were clobbered by a heck of a storm. I believe that officially reached derecho criteria, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that did reach derecho criteria up that way. But yeah, Tallahassee got hit real hard by a big line of storms. I believe, if I remember correctly, I remember seeing a post that the city lost like more power poles than like 3 of the major hurricanes in the last couple of years combined, like Michael, Irma, and something else, all like together. Pretty wild stuff out there in Florida. At the moment, again, we're just kind of watching some storms popping up. There's one storm up by DeLand, just north of Deltona, approaching Daytona Beach. Kind of interested in that storm. We're kind of coming in from the south on that guy. Otherwise, we have kind of this line of storms kind of extending from like kind of, central-ish Florida down to Tampa. And I'm curious if anything in that line can kind of get a little bit more rambunctious. It's kind of more linear at the moment, and that doesn't look as tornado-y. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, thanks, Ruby. Especially all the National Weather Service meteorologists, all the meteorologists out there on TV that give the warning to the public. Those are kind of the faces of the warnings, while the Weather Service, are the issuers of the warnings. It's a huge team that works together during these big severe weather events to keep people safe. That, of course, includes the storm chasers and emergency managers, too. Emergency managers, I think, are sometimes an underrated part of the whole process. They're out there really giving real-time reports as to what's going on. It's called the IWT, or Integrated Weather Team. It's a really big and a very important combination of folks. Kind of watching again some storms off to my north. At the moment, we're kind of chilling. Not too much going on. All right. I do. I'm a big Clemson guy, so if you're Florida State, I apologize. I'm a big Clemson fan. I do really want to go to a Florida State football game when they host Clemson. I believe I had that chance this past autumn, and I wasn't able to make it happen. I believe that's when the last played, so in theory, probably in like a year, Clemson might be back. I know the Florida State atmosphere is incredible at football games and stuff like that. Entering Seminole County. Whoa, that's even worse than a Clemson and Florida State fan. Sorry. I think we're about even in terms of natties against each other as of late, so we'll call it even. I'm having a really weird high-pitched sound in my car. I need to figure that out. I'm having a lot of issues. I very quickly had to throw this car together today for chasing, as I literally got back last night at like 1 a.m. So it's kind of a disaster right now. I'm getting like I think my inverter is just not happy, which is interesting. Everything is still getting power, it's just making a weird noise, which is unfortunate. Trying to just kind of navigate around the road network right now, trying to figure out the best play. I'm still not entirely sure what I should do. I'm looking at these storms coming up to... I could go northeast out of Sanford. Like here. Maybe let's try that. Let's go check out these storms to the north, maybe. The boundary I know is floating around up there. So if anything is gonna do it, I would think it'd probably be farther north. Yeah, sorry again about the buffering. I think we should be back though. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but we should be back. The problem I had is the Starlink disconnected, which was kind of weird. But then it reconnected, but then it wasn't sending data. I don't know. Honestly, I have a new laptop, and I've kind of been trying to perfect the stream, and I've been doing a lot of that. During the chasing trip on the plains, I had a lot of just stupid issues come up with the stream, and so I think I finally knocked them all out. At least I hope. Oh, good afternoon, Barbara, and thank you very much. Will do. I thought I shook everything out of the stream, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know. I like to think I understand technology, and then I realize I don't. is the best way to put it. give this storm north a try, I think, first, and then we will reassess there. So maybe we'll just follow this thing to the ocean and see what it does. This will be the target storm for the time being, just north of Deltona, heading towards Daytona Beach and New Smyrna Beach. That'll probably be our temporary target. We will see what this little guy will do. It's there should be a boundary in the area, in theory. I guess we'll see what it wants to do. But that'll be the storm in question for the time being. So we are gonna head. We're still heading kind of north, kind of west-northwest here. We'll kind of get around Sanford and we'll go north towards New Smyrna Beach, and we'll get ourselves on a path to this little storm here. We'll see what it does. I don't know. It has been a very interesting year weather-wise, so why not continue the weird, right? Although it is nice, we do have the full setup. I did not have my full chasing setup while on my most recent trip, including the roof camera, the roof 360 cam. That's what you're watching right now, which really comes in handy when I'm in like really dense woods and stuff like that. Tell if that was a solid line or not. But yeah, 360 cam, it has, full functionality to look all the way around and all that. And this the storm we're after is somewhere over there. This is a nice spot to watch, though, I will say. If there's ever a storm coming this way, I like this spot here. My goodness. Give up on this storm. The next play will be something farther coming in from the west, most likely. Big line. I don't anticipate that we will see storms kind of just pop up. I suppose it's possible, though. Right, I forgot. I don't have an SD card in this camera. RIP. Well, they just put out a special weather statement for my storm to the north. So that's promising. Start going northward here. little special weather statement there. That's not a severe thunderstorm polygon. It's a special weather statement polygon, but just, a little bit of a stronger storm. We're maybe cooking a little bit here. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Looks like we're good to go. We'll be right in the path of this thing pretty soon here. Coming at it from the south, not the best angle, but could be worse. The storm in relation to me will be just kind of just off to my north front a little bit here. 2009 Renault Motor. I don't know what that means. Got some darker skies up there, I suppose. Storms out there. A little scuddy, kind of a weak attempt at a shelf or something there. Well, I guess we'll see what the storm wants to do, what it wants to cook up. Special weather statement for the stuff coming into Orlando. Big line of storms, nothing too crazy at the moment, so we're gonna try and go after this little more isolated guy at them first, and then we'll go south and play with the line, I guess. I've been on this highway yet. Not a bad area though. It's got some pretty good views, at least. It's not, tree lined, which can always be a problem. I don't know why this is a 45 mile per hour speed limit zone. There's like nothing here right now. Another bunch of cows off to my right. Hello, cows. dark skies over there, watching it. Some visuals, some trees and sound walls and stuff like that. Populated part of the state than I thought up here. I know obviously Sanford was populated, but I didn't think this area kind of northeast of Sanford was. The more you know. Volusia County. Checking in. Hey Bill. Hope you're having a good afternoon. Or morning, or whatever it is where you're at. And welcome to the live stream. If you are just watching, just kind of enjoying the stream, feel free to give that stream a like if you're into that sort of thing. If you don't, that's fine, I don't care. But it does help me out, I appreciate it. If you're new to the stream, feel free to subscribe as well. We will be doing, of course, more storm chasing with time. And of course, we do have an active hurricane season on the way as well. So that will probably take up a good amount of my time coming up in like July, August, maybe September, October. We'll see. It does look like it'll be a pretty active hurricane season, so we will likely be doing a lot of live streams chasing some tropical weather. I have only intercepted one tropical system. That was Idalia. Although, okay, technically speaking, my first tornado was actually with in Illinois. It was in, near Cuba, Illinois. It was with a remnants of Isaac. So that was interesting. So technically speaking, I did have that tropical experience. Chance for a tornado or two, get some gusty winds as well, maybe some tiny hail. It's pretty hard to get, large hail in Florida for reasons that probably make a lot of sense to you without me having to say it. But there's, a limited tornado threat today, nothing particularly high. But I do think somewhere in this state there could be a tornado or two. I do think that's a possibility today. Some rather menacing skies off here, off to my left. Scuddy sky right now. We do have a special marine warning which has been issued off the coast for the storm, and it does say water spout possible. So that's interesting. I guess we will watch that. We're getting stuck in the trees again. We'll just send you straight out the front. Yes, I did watch the Northern Lights, Bill. I have a video on this channel, actually, that shows some of my highlights. Time lapses and real-time video and all that kind of stuff. But yes, the Northern Lights were absolutely incredible. In a bit of a rougher terrain here to kind of see what's happening. But just an update if you're just popping in, we do have a special weather statement for my storm. And they actually just issued a marine warning off the coast of Florida into the Atlantic. They do mention that water spouts are possible. So, cool. I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I'm hoping to beat this storm before I get to this intersection. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to do that or not. I thought this would be a nice straightforward drive. However, there was a lot more slower traffic, construction, and just urban area than I expected. You're going to have to deal with the trees. We'll get a view, it looks like here in a second, coming up on the left. About to have a view, about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, here we go. Kind of see some dark, stormy skies here as we approach New Smyrna Beach. My area of interest here is probably just to the left of the road here. Kind of this area right there. Just looking at radar, there's a little bit of a appendage trying to kind of stick out there. It's very questionable if that's, you know, a good sign or not. Not much on velocity in terms of rotation and things like that. Although I will say this almost does look like a little baby RFD cut that's like cutting around this little thing. Huh. Breezy. I think trying to tell, looks like we got winds coming at me. So yeah, if this is an RFD cut, that would make sense. Kind of just straight up in it. Although this one does look kind of whale's mouthy too, so could just be outflow too. I'm not entirely sure. Radar update. I don't know why. I think we got a severe thunderstorm warning for Orlando now. lot of this looks pretty outflowy here, so I don't really know. We'll have an east option about 5 miles towards New Smyrna Beach, so hopefully we can get out ahead of this thing to see what it looks like. But we're going to be running out of Earth soon. How's it moving east at 40? I don't know. That seemed a little quick for this thing. Anyone else have Verizon and feel like their service has been just absolutely horrendous as of late? I have Verizon, and I have just been having nothing but issues with my service, to the point where I think I would have to change to somebody else, because it's actually kind of infuriating how bad it's been. A lot of traffic out today. A lot of people out and about. In retrospect, it probably should have come up I-95 and met it here instead, but oh well. What's done is done. AT&T might be calling my name, potentially. That would be one I'd be thinking about going to. I don't know. Debating exactly which carrier. I think AT&T is probably the next best other than Verizon. I do think, previous to the last little bit here, Verizon has been doing me very well. But it's really gone downhill, in my opinion. We got 2 miles till my east option. I don't know if I'm going to make it there before the heavy rain hits. Nice view out to the east, as you can see. Mile to my east option here. No problems with AT&T, that's good. Might have to give them a shot. Light, we'll make a right. Go away, Google. I don't want you right now. Go away. Like the outflow is kind of out ahead of the storm, which is not usually what you like to see in terms of a potential tornado or waterspout producing storm. My radar is also so far behind. Why am I not getting radar updates on radar scope? What is going on here? Absolutely killing me. I'm running the beta version of Radar Scope, and I feel like this is like the worst beta version they have ever released. It's all sorts of problems. But I did obviously choose to be a beta tester, so I reap what I sow, I know. But I'm surprised I'm having so many issues. That was a really tough one. I was going fairly fast, obviously, on speed limits. Speed limits. I don't like when they put traffic lights on roads that have speed limits of 65. Like, that seems kind of dangerous, in my opinion. Pretty shelf cloudy. Interesting interesting little kind of radar signature though, just to my north. So I don't know. It's like a big old shelf cloud from horizon to horizon here. Kind of struggling here. I thought this storm, just because it was kind of discreet, it was a little bit by itself, it was farther north, kind of near that outflow boundary. But this one might not be the one. Some heavier precip here. I think this thing is actually outrunning me, which is kind of interesting. Put another special weather statement on it. Well, that might be it for this guy as it heads out over the Atlantic. Let me reassess here. I think the next play is going to be dropping back down to 95, then heading east to maybe Orlando. Or west, I should say, to Orlando. I'm going to turn here. I'm going to need a second to look over some data real quick. This guy really cannot see. I'm interested. I'm kind of fascinated they allow you to turn on flashing yellow at that intersection. There's not a lot of visibility. Alright, this building is abandoned, so I'm gonna just sit here for a second. I think we are back. Apologies for that. Starlink is giving me some problems in the rain, which isn't that that surprising. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go south on 95. Go from there. So we're just gonna throw this in here for now. And let's see what happens. The rain is good. We've not had a lot of rain in Florida as of late, so this is very good for us. Wow, it's a lot of traffic. Lightning strike there. Alright, we are back. Back and rolling. It's a good rain. Good Florida rain there. Felt good. Like Starlink is still big mad, so we are only on the Verizon service right now. I'm actually kind of surprised Starlink can't punch through this rain. It's really not that crazy at this point. Oh, as I say that, we just got a little bit of Starlink data there. I think we are reflowing Starlink. Alright, we back. Alright, so we're a redundant internet now, so hopefully we shouldn't have any stupid hiccups and things like that. Plan of attack, I think now, gosh, this is just kind of a mess. I didn't exactly know what the storm mode was going to be today. I did think it was going to be a little more not this. The one problem with my bubble cam that I created from scratch is that I don't have like a way to really wiper it. It is rain-xed, so as we go like faster speeds, it should clear itself off. But yeah, it gets it can get kind of rainy on the lens. Obviously, we would kind of hope that we stay out of the heavier rain. But that's why we have two cams just in case. The safety here is the dash cam. And I will have a much better mount for this camera coming Friday. I'm very excited. I've been kind of fighting with this mount I've had for the longest time, and I'm so excited to have like a real mount coming. It's like a professional grade dash DSLR mount that should be here hopefully Friday, and that's all because of you guys watching the YouTube monetization stream. Basically everything that I make off YouTube goes right back into the YouTube product, so thank you for watching. I appreciate you guys. You help make these streams possible. Obviously, the investment still, the Starlink dish, that's $2,500. That I've not recouped yet as of late in streams. I think I just, by the way, had like a tiny little hailstone there. Ooh, look at that CG. You guys see that? That was nice. Nice CG. Right in front of us. Cloud to ground, by the way. Cloud to ground lightning strike. We're going to try and get out ahead of these storms again. The storm motions today actually are a little faster than I expected, I'm not going to lie. These storms are moving probably about 40, 45. So I was a little behind the 8 ball here. I thought I would be able to get out ahead of the storm that I was just on, intercept near New Smyrna Beach. I thought I was able to get ahead of it, and I did not able to accomplish that feat. Pop on I-95 south. And again, if you're new to the stream, feel free to give it a like. Really helps me out. I appreciate you all. Ooh, more CGs. If you're also new to the channel, feel free to subscribe. If you don't want to do any of that, that's fine. Welcome either way. Appreciate you tuning in. Alright, I-95 south. Let's go. Thing is really starting to pump out CGs. Messy line of storms. And why are we merging at 30? What are we doing? You have all of this ramp to accelerate. And then you cross the solid white line. Unbelievable. My gosh. Oh yeah. A good free car wash. Trying to just blast through this rain here. You guys want to hear what it sounds like on the roof cams? I have no idea what it's going to sound like. Yeah, we're on I-95 southbound. I-95 southbound here. That guy clearly did not want to drive in the rain. sorry if I broke something there. I did not mean. Whoops. I'm so sorry. I thought I had that, hey, we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, guys. We did it. I'm so sorry. I did not mean for that. As soon as I saw the volume level, I realized I have made a mistake, and I sincerely apologize. Well, we did make an intercept on a severe thunderstorm warning. So we did something today. We officially chased severe weather. That's exciting. New sub, chase nationwide. Not with Reed. I have seen Reed. We've crossed paths before. I've talked to him before. But not like with him, if that makes sense. But yeah, no, I chase nationwide. Oh! That was a nice CG just off to my, like, 10 o'clock here. But I do chase nationwide. If you look through some recent live streams, we were just in Texas, Oklahoma. I don't even know. I just got back from South Dakota after chasing the Northern Lights. And of course, I missed that CG right in front of us. Wow, this storm is vicious. I think it's pumping out CGs like crazy right now. I don't know if you guys saw any of those cloud to ground lightning strikes, but there were several that were very close. Pretty good storm here. Again, we are under a severe thunderstorm warning where we're at right now. 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. I do think we did get into a little bit of hail a little while ago. Yeah, Reed is always a fun character to watch. His streams are very entertaining one way or the other. Winds in Orlando are wild. Alright, thank you. I appreciate that report. We are heading kind of down that way. We are heading down on I-95 right now, southbound. And we're probably going to pick up those storms that are coming out of Orlando. We're almost to the edge here, almost out of the rain. You can see how much that Rain X helps the dome here. Again, there's no wiper on this 360 cam on my roof. It's all just powered by Rain X. once I get out of this storm, I'm debating just stopping for a second and looking back to see what it looks like. It looks not terrible on radar. Out of this precip. Pretty good storm still. A lot of hail. Not a lot of hail. There's apparently some hail reports in there, like quarter-sized hail, some small pea-sized hail, gusty winds, and the heavy rain. The lightning, of course, is always the most interesting thing. There's so much lightning with any storm in the state of Florida, especially when you get that instability in play. We're almost out of the precip here, though. Fairly interesting radar returns right behind me. Pretty good storm. I don't know if there's any exits or anything up here. I don't think there are. I'd love to kind of take a peek back behind me. Water is kind of in the thick of it right now, just off to my north. Out of the rain, just a few drops here and there still. And you forget, it's only 1 o'clock here. It's still very early in the afternoon. Lonely stretch of I-95. There are not a lot of exits here. Originally I was going to go out to Orlando, but I think what we're going to do instead, maybe try and get down to the beach line, get down to 528, and watch these storms kind of come over the intercoastals. That might be the play. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to continue kind of heading south here on I-95. We'll pick up 528, and then we'll go closer to the Atlantic, maybe just west of Cape Canaveral. gusty. I will say that much. It's quite gusty behind these, out ahead of these storms. Whew, that was a good gust there. My goodness. Getting some good strong wind gusts on the south side of the storm. Yeah, pretty strong storm there in Orlando. Whew, another good gust there. My goodness. Gusty storm. My straps on the roof are not impressed with the wind. Truck is going pretty slow with his hazards on. I wonder if that was like an empty semi. Yeah, these winds are strong. There's no severe warning here either. We're just yikes. South of Daytona, we're approaching Titusville. I'm really surprised how strong these winds are out ahead of these storms. Man, that's a good gust there too. We're kind of just flirting with the edge of the core here, or the outflow from these storms. We're flirting on the edge. I just can't seem to get ahead of these things. These things must be going a lot faster than I realized. They do have a special weather statement now out for like the whole line. Yeah, that was a ripper. This is a good storm. This is a good gusty storm here. I'm just trying to get out ahead of it still. Like, the plan is here to drop down to 528 and head east. We're going to sit just on the other side of Cape Canaveral and kind of watch these storms come over the intercoastal waterways, the Indian River and the Banana River. That's if I can get there ahead of time. You know, these storms are really gusting out fast. Making progress at least. Yeah, possibly more storms tonight. It's entirely dependent on what these storms do to the environment. I wouldn't be surprised, given the fact it's 1 o'clock and these storms are still going through central Florida, that the severe storm threat for like central Florida is pretty diminished. I wouldn't be surprised by that. I have not looked at any updated model runs and things like that. I'm just going purely based off speculation. special weather statement. East at 45. That's pretty fast for Florida. An oversized load that takes up 2 lanes. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing that you could do. I don't even know what that is. What do we think that is? Protected in wood. So close to getting out of this, but it just keeps gusting southward. Because we're going almost straight south with a bit of an easterly component. Another good gust there. Every time I feel like I'm getting out ahead of it, it surges again. Well, either way, I'm very appreciative of the rain. That is very helpful for Central Florida, as our drought conditions got kind of rough there for a minute. They're going to probably need to throw some marine warnings out here pretty soon. Because just for the wind is rather intense with these storms. I don't think it's quite severe criteria, but it's certainly pretty strong. Someone's sandwich on the highway. My DSLR is having a bit of a difficult time here dictating between darkness and light, so let me hit the roof cam. It's probably the way to go here in the short term. Again, if you're new to the stream, thanks for tuning in. Feel free to give it a like. Feel free to subscribe if you're into that sort of thing. We do storm chasing here. Just got back from the plains for some Florida storm chasing. Florida is my home. Today I thought I was going to be unpacking and stuff like that, but hey, you know, severe weather threat, might as well capitalize on it if I can. And again, pretty much all the stuff that's on this stream is because of you guys. The cameras and equipment, the Starlink service, stuff like that, that's all basically paid for by the YouTube funds that from the ad revenue. So thank you all for tuning in and helping me out very much. If you do want to give it a like, it does help get this out to more people. Maybe they're interested in watching weather. If you don't want to do any of that, that's totally cool. I don't care. I'm just happy you're here, and I hope you're having a great afternoon. If you are just popping in, we are on I-95 southbound. We are going to get on the 528 beach line and head towards Cape Canaveral. And we will let this storm barrel over us. I was hoping to get ahead of it to see if it had like any good like shelf cloud structure, but this thing has been just moving so fast. are almost out ahead of it, though. We are very close to getting out ahead of the shelfie. The roadway. I think it was just paper. Trying to get out ahead of this. Yeah, there's some indications of some pretty strong winds. The skies you're looking at, we're kind of looking underneath what is probably a fairly decent shelf cloud developing. That would be my guess. Pretty strong outflow winds from these storms. And every time I think I'm making progress, just more storms develop farther south. That's okay. That's gotta be kind of rough to be running a motorcycle in this. That's gotta be kind of rough. It's pretty strong winds. I mean, you can probably hear it. I got the ratchet straps on the roof securing some of my equipment, and you can probably hear them. I don't know what that dude was doing. Oh, that's a really strong gust there. I'm a little surprised they haven't issued I'd say this is almost borderline severe criteria. These are some pretty strong winds out ahead of this thing. It's about to hit one of the most instrumented parts of the world. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and Kennedy Space Center. The amount of anemometers there, I think, are denser than any other place in the world. I am really curious what this is going to clock at all those wind towers there. Because this is pretty strong winds with this line. And I've just kind of consistently been on the leading edge of it this entire time. And every time I think I'm about ahead of it, it's another gust. Another gust hits. Just continually just right on the far leading edge of this line here. Special weather statement says gusts around 40. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a bit stronger than that. Those have been some pretty good wind gusts along the leading edge of this thing this entire time. Yeah, this is probably that same line of storms, Tyler. Alright, we got a lot of sunny skies in front of us, so I think we're almost out ahead of the outflow from this thing. I'm curious, we're probably going to hit it, the inflow at some point, and it'll probably just fog everything up. The other side. So out in front, we're finally kind of looking at some clear skies, and then back left, which is northeast, you can kind of see the leading edge of that shelf cloud there. Not a bad little shelfie. No tornado on stream yet. Again, the tornado threat is pretty low. We'll see what happens though. A little broken line as it approaches. Wow, this line is really kind of falling apart on the southern side. That's kind of impressive. Of course, probably by the time it hits my lawn, it'll be like dead. Kind of passing by my neighborhood right now, so I guess we'll see what lasts. We're still right on the leading edge of this line. Winds are borderline annoying. At some point, again, I've jumped 7 degrees. I went from 80 to 87 on my car thermometer, so we've got to be getting to the leading edge of this gust front. Yeah, you can see my location at any point at the bottom of the screen. That'll be the real-time location that updates, I think like every 30 seconds. I forget exactly how often it updates. sunshine out ahead of me, so we are very close to leading out here. Hey Jeep, welcome to the stream. Yes, moved to Florida, originally coming from Iowa. I was moved around for different jobs and stuff, and then now I'm here in Florida. If you're new to the stream, if you're interested in some of my older stuff, we do have all sorts of content here on the channel, old documentaries and stuff like that. Earlier this year, we did have a live stream back in February where we caught multiple tornadoes live on stream. We also had another one in early March, which we had a big old wedge tornado cross right in front of us. It's pretty rain-wrapped, very difficult to actually see the live stream, but we were very close, and then we rolled up on a lot of damage and stuff like that. So, yeah, I do like to do a lot of storm chasing, and I'm trying to bring that here since moving to Florida. So thanks for tuning in. We are just about ready to get on the beach line here. Again, this is 528. And we're going to head east to get over the intercoastal waters and maybe have a good view of these storms. I'm up to 89 degrees in the car thermometer, so we're definitely finally out ahead of the outflow from these things. Again, location is bottom of the screen at all times. Right now I'm at I-95 and 528. Skies to the north. It really isn't even a well-developed shelf cloud. I'm kind of surprised, given how hot and humid it is ahead of these storms. I would have thought that would have been a little bit more pronounced. They do have a marine warning out now for basically the whole Space Coast. 40 knot winds. I believe it. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope we're having a good afternoon. Eastbound on 528. We are going to be approaching Cape Canaveral here pretty soon. .120 local time, 13:20 local time. GoPro decided it was done. And those that have been watching the Northern Lights festivities and things like that, that solar flare, or that sunspot that produced a solar flare that brought us all those pretty Northern Lights late last week, it just produced an absolute banger of a solar flare, X8.8. However, that is definitely going to be directed away from Earth. So that's probably a good thing, honestly. That powerful a solar flare could have probably been a problem. So I think we'll take a nice miss out of that X8.8. And given its location, it was probably actually even stronger than X8.8. I'm not sure if it was completely sampled perfectly by the spacecraft instrument. The GOES X-ray flux, I think, is the instrument. Or product, anyway. I'm going to have a good view here in a second, coming up over the Indian River. Give you a nice clean stream without any of the graphics and things like that for this view. We're climbing up a bridge right now. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Nice little shelf cloud. Who doesn't love a shelf cloud? Nice shot there, eh? That's the leading edge of these storms coming in to the Atlantic coast, Florida Atlantic coast. Cool shot. Slowly coming up to Cape Canaveral. Well, my plan is to park. We'll have a good view, just watch it just pass over, and yeah, and then we'll figure out what to do after this. I do see a few storms trying to pop farther off to the south. I'll take a look at some weather data and see if they're worth going after or not. But shortly, we will have a nice view over the Banana River. And my plan is to stop on the Banana River. And we'll watch it pass off to the north. Again, thanks for tuning in, everybody. If you haven't already done so, feel free to give the video a like if you're enjoying it. If you don't want any, that's cool. I don't care. I appreciate it, though. Whatever you want to do. Feel free to subscribe if you're enjoying it as well. Not the most exciting storms today. It was a fairly low risk of severe weather, but I figured I would give it a shot. We will, of course, have more severe weather in the future. We did live stream fairly recently the high risk in Oklahoma, which we were on, I believe, 7 different tornado-warned storms that day. And thankfully for Oklahoma, not much really happened with them. So that was good for them. Very good news, because the parameters in Oklahoma that day were nuts. I think that was last Monday. Very high-end potential, and thankfully we didn't see a whole lot. Obviously, we did have the one powerful EF4. I believe it was rated EF4 in near the Tulsa area. So it wasn't a complete bust of a forecast, but it definitely underperformed, I think is the best way to put that. again, we're coming up now on the lovely Banana River. And this is where we will stop and take a look north and just kind of watch the storm pass while I will look at some updated weather data and figure out exactly what the next play is. If there is one, I hope there is. We'll have to take a look. Make sure before I make this move that I am on dual band. I am Verizon and Starlink. Excellent. Okay, so I have to go under some bridges, I think, to do this properly. I feel pretty certain I can do what I am going to attempt to do. I believe the road connects underneath. I guess we will find out, though. And here is the beautiful Banana River. You can see the nice shelf cloud passing over. And we are gonna stop here. Other side. Ugh. One of my favorite spots to come to watch weather come over the Florida Space Coast. And I believe I can go underneath this. It should connect. Yes, indeed. Oh, man. I forget how rough it is, though. Oh. Oof, man. Forget how rough this is. Alright. We're almost there. Then... oh, there we go. Alright. Maybe back to the roof cam. And here comes Mr. Shelf passing over the water. And we'll just let this hit us, I think. I'll put the keys in here. Hang on, I'll stop beeping in a second. I apologize. The Dodge Journey. I love the car, but man, that beeping thing is absolutely infuriating. sandblasted here. Look at this, guys. Strong outflow. That's pretty neat, eh? Strong outflow winds. Oh, that was neat, huh? It's a good storm. You can see all the dust getting kicked up a little bit down the road here. Over towards like the port. Getting sandblasted here. watching some suspicious clouds. I don't know if you've noticed there on the horizon. This is home, Steve. I'm a Floridian. Interesting feature out there, I will say. Starting to get some precipitation falling here. Well, if you guys are enjoying the stream, feel free to give it a like and subscribe if you're into that sort of thing. That is a rather interesting look. That's out towards the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. What's all going on over there? That's kind of some interesting looking features over there. Oh, out of focus. Hang on. Give me a second. Kind of suspicious there, I'm not gonna lie. Let me get a little bit more height. And I'm just getting soaked. Starting to kind of lose it in the precip. Well, we are starting to lose the view because of the rain, unfortunately. Kind of some interesting shenanigans going on over there. A lot of scud rising into that. It started to hit, you know, the warm waters of the Atlantic, the Gulf Stream. So it's likely some, you know, higher low-level cape in there. I'm kind of curious what may have just happened there. So yes, I guess now let's figure out our next plan of attack here. So let me get off of this awkward incline. I might have to check some sources and see if there are any better visuals as to what the heck was going on over there with the Space Force station. Okay, well that was, that got pretty exciting, eh? That's a good storm there. All right, let's see the next plan of attack here. I'm looking down south and I see a little storm kind of popping up southwest of Palm Bay. Another fairly discrete storm south of Vero Beach. Those are both pretty far, though, is the problem. Hey, thanks, G, from South Bend, Indiana. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a wicked-looking storm there, Sharon. And thank you, my favorite channel. Appreciate you for the sub and the like. Appreciate the likes on the video, guys. Really helps me out. Let's try and figure out the next plan of attack here. So I'm looking at radar. There are two storms down south. I think I have to kind of just commit to one of them. I'm way up by Cape Canaveral, though. To get down, it's moving east-northeast. I would have to get down to, like, let's see, how far is it going to take to get here? So I can drop south on 95. The problem is 95 is all backed up. Oh boy, that looks like a problem. That might be our biggest issue, is I'm just looking at traffic right now, and anytime it rains, it's a problem on any highway here in Florida. South of Palm Bay. Where am I looking at right now? Where is Palm Bay? Why can I not find Palm Bay? There it is. There's Barefoot Bay. Okay, so I want to get, like, here. Directions. So I can go take A1A. It's an hour away, though. Man. Alright, well, let's give it a shot anyway, I suppose. Since you guys are being such a great audience, let's, we'll do that. We'll drop south on A1A. That means I have to go back to the other side of the bridge. Okay, alright. We got this, I think. We're going to give it a shot anyway. Can't use that yet. Alright, that cam's a little out of commission until we get a little bit more speed going. Oh, man. Ugh. Okay. Woo! That was a nightmare. That road is brutal. Alright, we're cruising though. Alright, so we're going to get back on 528 and A1A. We'll take A1A south. This will take us through Cocoa Beach and all of that fun traffic. But it's probably going to be easier doing that than using I-95, which looks like a disaster. Alright, we're going to try and pick up some speed here. Didn't get it. Alright, that's fine. If you've never merged off or on from this, it's like a 55 speed limit, which means everyone is going 80. And you have to merge, from gravel or like sand onto pavement. And it's not the smoothest adventure, but I got my window right here, it looks like. Alright. Hoo-ah! We're good. Alright, well, welcome to Cape Canaveral, Florida. We're gonna try and get south out of here. Oh man, what a treat. We got any SpaceX boosters in port here? Let's take a look. I don't think so. I don't see any standing tall. You're at Kennedy. All right, Kennedy Space Center. Let's go. Let's launch. My location is updated in real time. That is my location. I am 5 miles north of Cocoa Beach. Technically Cape Canaveral right now. Oh. Alright. Well, we were going the speed limit, and then we decided not to anymore. Technically, this is the southern half of Brevard County. It's just how it's broken up. This is the southern half of Brevard. That's all automated, by the way. I don't do any of that. And another Vandenberg launch. We don't have any launches here from Florida, I think, until Starliner? When is Starliner? I think that's Friday, right? I believe. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's Friday. See all the scud that kind of develops as it starts hitting the higher 03 Cape off the coast. All those scud fingers rising into the leading edge of that storm. Watching from Las Vegas. I had a flight yesterday back to Florida. The origin of it was Las Vegas. It was Las Vegas to Kansas City to Orlando. Atlas scrub, another CFT scrub. Okay, all right. I will defer to you because I have not been into work since like 2 Thursdays ago. It's been a minute. I do see that now, though. NASA Space Operations CF2 no earlier than 4:43 Eastern, Tuesday, May 21st. So that'll be the next crude launch from Florida. Assuming that doesn't slip even farther. Hopefully not. Hopefully we get that thing out of here. And again, thanks for everybody for tuning in. I really appreciate y'all. Where y'all watching from? Hopefully you're enjoying your, what is today? Tuesday, right? I hope you're enjoying your Tuesday. Whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, night. Plan at the moment, we are, I'm going to try and get south down to these developing storms off to my south. I don't know if I'm going to make it in time yet. I'm in Pinellas. I got some Iowans. You love to see it. Ohio. Some Floridians in here. Delray Beach. Welcome, welcome. We've got some UK, Southwest UK. Welcome. San Diego. I think that's still morning for you, right? West Coast time. I used to be Central Time Zone, so like since I moved here, I'm just so out of whack. So 4 hours, yeah, it's still morning. That's cool. West Des Moines, we got North Carolina, Michigan, other fellow Midwesterners. I like your name, Nick Stewart. I respect it. Watching from Indianapolis, we got Northwest UK, Rochester, New York. Welcome, everybody. Saw a rope-like tornado in Orlando. Was that today? I've not seen any reports of that. I want to move out of Florida. It's for the old people. Oh, that's mean. There's a lot to do here. There's a lot to do in Florida. I love it. What I think is so unique about Florida compared to Iowa, where I just came from, is that Florida, like, you have events like every weekend, like in all of the seasons. Like there's just like, you know, random art festivals and craft fairs and farmers markets, and I love that kind of stuff. So I love it. I got Spain. I was in Spain in 2011. I went on a trip. Madrid down to Sevilla, Cordoba, Barcelona. I'm trying to remember where else. I went a few places in Spain. We got some Arizona, some more Floridians north of Orlando. Welcome, M Entertainment TV. Yeah, we're on some storms. Earlier we were on a severe thunderstorm. Right now we are on just a line of storms that just pushed out over the Atlantic, so we're kind of behind them now. But we are moving southbound and down, trying to get to some new storms developing further off to the south. Some more Ohioans. Daytona Beach. Welcome, Brody, from Daytona. I think I got everybody. Been lurking in the background, watching TV, watching from Lincoln. Okay, welcome. Coshocton, Ohio. Welcome, Fritz. Rocky Mountain High. I do like West Virginia's a cool state, but you gotta love the Rocky Mountains. Illinois, Chicago area, Will County. I am from Chicago. That's where I was born. The city of Chicago. Cook County, south side of the city. Beverly neighborhood, represent. Watching from Germany. Go Weather Daddy, go. Thank you for the super chat. Obviously, they're never expected, but they are much appreciated. Thank you very much, K-Cam. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Daytona Beach, you know, I have been in Daytona Beach shopping, but I have not been to the beach yet. I've gone to the beach here, like Playa Linda, or I think it's called Playa Linda, I've learned. Playa Linda Beach in Brevard County. A lot of the beaches here in Brevard County. Cocoa Beach, I really like, there's a, what's it called? Jetty Park Beach. I really like that one. Yeah, we are. I'm actually heading down to more storms. There are more storms down south. So we will see. South side, let's go. In the Beverly neighborhood down there. Good times. I loved living in Chicago. It gets a bad rap. Chicago is a beautiful city. I love Chicago. It's hard to leave it, but, you know, I had to do it for the work and the job and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, West Palm Beach. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get down that way. I'm heading that general direction. Storms are kind of popping farther on to the south. Yeah, Plylenda, I love that beach. It is fantastic. Just don't go to Pier 13 unless you're into that sort of thing. Right from Orlando or New Jersey. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. We've got a good group here from across the world. I love it. Watching from California. Good morning to you. See, here's the problem getting south. I-95 is disaster right now because it rained and people panic. And so this was probably going to be the faster route, but traffic is going to be a problem. I don't know if I'm going to get south in time. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. I'm not quitting. Not quitting yet. We're going to try and get south out of these storms. Yeah, Central Florida represent Tuck, right? Tuck, yes, welcome. Watching from Charleston, South Carolina. Oh, one of my favorite cities. I love Charleston. My aunt used to live in central South Carolina in Santee. And so we would make like weekend trips down to Charleston whenever we would visit. I love Charleston. Such a cool historic city. Denver, Colorado is an awesome city too. Don't like this city as much. Not that I don't like this city, but I go to Denver for the mountains out west. Rocky Mountain National Park, a beautiful thing. Watching from, it's a lot of people from the UK. I appreciate it. A lot of weather weenies out there in the UK. You love to see it. I guess time of day probably helps too. It's a little bit later in the daytime. Some more England. Welcome, Daniel. Fellow NATO friend. Let's see here. So we're gonna try and I don't know exactly what I'm gonna do yet. I think I'm gonna try and get back over to US 1 from probably the 404 bridge. I think that's my plan. UK folks love watching tornadoes. Excellent. You can go through if you're interested, if you're a first time on the channel. I do have a lot of tornado video here on the channel. I do a yearly documentary as well called Live Life and Chase. So lots of different tornadoes and stuff during those. I think my favorite ones, 2019 was a fun one. 2020 was a COVID year. That was a unique one. 2022 was kind of fun too. I think 2023, my most recent one, actually is my favorite though. 2023 was a crazy weather year for me. Absolutely crazy. Welcome from Deltona. Yeah, Rocky Mountain National Park is a beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah, Deltona's on the northeast side of Orlando, I believe. Or by Sanford. Hello from London. Hello. Welcome. I gotta get some faster speed to let the Rain-X do its job on the raindrops. But here's a look. I've got the dome cam. That's been coming in clutch today. From Kankakee. Great concerts in Illinois. Yeah, a lot. The Midwest, like the summertime, you get fantastic summertime shows, like concerts and stuff. I loved Illinois and Chicago in the summertime, but the winter is just brutal. Like, I love snow, but I hate the cold. And so, like, I will always, like, go after and chase a winter storm or blizzard and stuff like that. But just the cold behind it was always just the worst part. From the Netherlands, welcome, Norma. West coast of Florida. If you're from like the Tampa area, you had these storms earlier in the day. And I flew over Tampa St. Pete last night. It was a beautiful view. It was the first time flying over that area at night. It's really cool. You can see like Tampa Bay and all that. It's really, really neat to fly over at night. I flew into Orlando. So we flew over Tampa St. Pete. Tammy from Iowa. Yes. The Iowans represent. And I worked in Cedar Rapids 2017 to 2023. Loved every second of it. Loved every minute of Iowa. The job, sometimes trying mentally. But I did love it, and the weather is absolutely crazy in Iowa too. How can you not love Iowa weather? Especially when you're a meteorologist. So right now I'm heading just south right now. There are a few storms that are kind of popping up south of like Palm Bay. I don't think I'm going to make it in time, but I'm going to give it a shot. That's my plan at the moment. I'm just kind of heading south to go look at some storms, and we're going to see if we can beat them. The problem is we have traffic. I-95 was like basically shut down. So I'm kind of having to do some maneuvering here, and that will take me through some slower traffic. So I don't know if I'm going to make it in time or not. We'll see. See what happens. And as I leave the city and start traveling faster and not able to stop at red lights and stuff, I'm not going to be able to look at the chat as much, just for obvious safety reasons. So I do appreciate you all commenting and all that. Really appreciate it. And thanks for tuning in, and we'll see what we can get today. Yeah, Iowa gets some good tornadoes. I gotta say, several of my favorite tornadoes have been in Iowa. Absolute interesting tornadoes there. The favorites that come to mind, Johnson County is an EF1, thankfully. It didn't warrant enough to be rated higher, but it was definitely stronger. Absolute waterfall sound. Johnson County, 2019, I believe it was May 24th. That was an unbelievable tornado. We streamed that one live from basically wall cloud to tornado dissipation, live on TV at my old work. That was like career day. I knew I couldn't really top that day. We did get more tornadoes on air, obviously, during the years. The March 31st, 2023 outbreak, I think we got 4 tornadoes live on TV that day. We had Malcolm, Iowa tornado. We had one in Coralville. Then we had that little guy near West Branch. So I think 3 tornadoes we got on the air that day. Another one that got in the air live, and also we streamed that live here on the channel. I think it was actually my first live stream storm chasing on this channel. It's more so like going to be a test to make sure everything worked. And we ended up getting this big wedge tornado forming in January. And it was just absolutely crazy. I believe that was January 16th. Just a crazy, crazy day. Parkersburg. You know all about severe weather, unfortunately. Hopefully you were not directly impacted back in 2008. Brett asking about my favorite kind of tornado. You know, I like the stovepipes. You know, those kind of tall, narrow tornadoes, kind of in the middle of nowhere. Asking if I passed the beach. The entire left side of my car is a beach. When you're driving down A1A, you really don't have a particular view of it. You can kind of see the water periodically, but a lot of this is really just development, houses, apartments, stuff like that. You can kind of every once in a while make out steps over the beach. We're going to be passing by Patrick Space Force Base here on the right side of the road. That is another one of the military bases here. This is on the outer bank part of Florida. But again, over on the left side of the car right now, that's the beach. Just past all those berms and all of that. I was actually thinking about stopping briefly at one of the beaches here to see if I can kind of get a view to see if there's kind of any shenanigans going on out there, but I don't think it's worth it because it's just kind of lined out there. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is just kind of following A1A all the way down and just kind of seeing where it goes and what these storms want to do. There are 2 storms down there. You might have a view of the ocean here briefly. Yeah, there we go. You can kind of see it out there. Let me stop for a second. Let me just give you a view of the ocean, since you asked so kindly. I do have to get something out of my trunk anyway, so it actually works out pretty well. Yeah, I'll give you a little view of the ocean here. I believe it's lowest right up here. You can probably see over the wall maybe a little bit. Here's your ocean view. Alright, let me get something out of my trunk real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, I'm not even looking at the right car. Hang on, there you go. There you go. There's your view. Not sure if I can get you any better of a view here. There we go. Look at that. Ah, yes. I got the radar on the side here just because I want to show you real quick. Got these 2 storms we're watching down here. This is going to be my next play. I don't know if these are going to do anything. We're going to give it a shot, though. So I'm going to try and get down to like Barefoot Bay, I think is what I'm going to try and do. Where is that? That's got to be down by Palm Bay. There's Melbourne Beach. Oh, come on, Google. Google Maps has gotten progressively just worse, I feel. Alright, yeah, we might be able to make that. I don't know. Let's see. Chasing in Florida, it's a treat. It's a challenge, but it's a treat. And you get the ocean views. I mean, what else can you want? This is one of my favorite beaches, by the way. It's right outside of Patrick Space Force Base. I keep hitting the wrong button, I'm sorry. I think they lowered the speed limit on this road too. It used to be 55. I think they lowered it down to 45. Also interesting, this gate is just kind of open and... Well, I guess I shouldn't, whatever. Yeah, thank you all for kind of chatting amongst yourselves now as I'm kind of focusing on other stuff. I can't reply to every comment. I'm trying to gotta start driving a little bit faster without the city stoplights and all that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to be able to focus as much on the chat. So again, just want to thank you all for tuning in. Appreciate you all. If you haven't already, feel free to give the video a like if you're interested. If not, that's totally fine. Feel free to subscribe as well. If you're looking for some videos to watch in the meantime while I'm driving southbound, again, I have my favorite videos are my documentaries I put together every year on my storm chasing. They're called Live Life and Chase. I would not watch 2014 as it's very cringe. I was very new to video editing and all that kind of stuff. It's not great. 2015, we have good storms, but I overdid it on the editing. I did like too much of a documentary style, and I didn't really like it. I do want to go back and redo it. I keep telling myself that I will at some point, but I haven't yet. Maybe someday. I was kind of hoping we might get a plane taking off or landing here from the Space Force Base. Not today. Yeah, so they got like this 45 limit like taped over the 55 original signs. That's sad. Used to be a nice cruise, although I would say that a lot of the time people didn't even go the speed limit. I felt like people always went under the 55 here, so maybe that's why they just lowered it. And again, off to the left, what you're looking at right now is just the dune kind of protecting the land here from the ocean. So on the other side of that is the Atlantic Ocean. Gorgeous beaches here. Construction in here too now. Got a lot going on. Right lane closed. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, we're over 21,000 subscribers. It's been a slow grind. A lot of channels kind of blow up and, you know, they're big and successful. I've kind of never really put huge effort into the YouTube. I just kind of did my stuff, you know, just through time. And I'm pretty proud of, you know, what we've built. It's been a very slow grind on this channel. I think I first started posting videos back in like 2008 or 9 or something like that. But the big time growth has been more recently. So So thank you all if you are subscribed. I really appreciate it. And again, all the ad revenue and stuff that goes into the YouTube videos pretty much goes straight back into the channel. So like the camera that you're looking at now is my roof-mounted camera. This was something I built just with the funds from the revenue and all that from this channel. Looking back, that is the Starlink dish, SpaceX Starlink Internet. That's funded by this YouTube channel as well to keep a fairly good stream going. We don't have a lot of data dropouts unless I'm doing something wrong. Usually I am with my settings and stuff, especially when I get a brand new laptop and I forget how to do certain things. Anyway, but yeah, everything is pretty much just goes right back, reinvested right in the channel. So I appreciate you all for tuning in and all that. The super chats as well. You guys are rock stars. Thank you all very much. Again, never expected, but always appreciated. Florida can get hail. It's pretty rare, especially rare to get big hail. I've had time to catch up on chat there for a second at the stoplight. I forget who said. I think it was Sharon who said that. Yeah, you can get hail here in Florida, but it's difficult. It's difficult to pull it off. The main way we get into that the hail is you need pretty good lapse rates, or that change in temperature with height needs to get colder with height, and that's particularly difficult to do in Florida, especially because your freezing level is usually quite high in Florida as well, and that's really what makes hail so difficult to get here, is the freezing level altitude, because you need hail to form in obviously sub-freezing temperatures. So one of them nader catchers. Welcome, Jared. Brittany says, hello, everyone. Newbie from New Jersey. From Jersey, I'm assuming. New Jersey. Welcome. Appreciate you tuning on in. Hope you're having a great afternoon. Again, we are heading south on A1A along the Atlantic coast of Florida, trying to see if we can get to some of these storms that are ongoing. There's a pretty good storm moving towards like St. Lucie and Fort Pierce. I don't know if I'm going to make it in time for that. I'm going to really try, but we got kind of suckered onto that northern storm early, and also traffic on I-95 is like shut down, I believe. I don't know if it's still shut down. My always in Cocoa Beach. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. I live on the Florida Space Coast, so I'm near Cocoa Beach, where I live. But in terms of storm chasing, I'll chase anywhere. I just got back from a trip on the plains, so it was. We were in Texas, Oklahoma. We saw the Northern Lights in South Dakota, so we were pretty much all over the place. I travel for the weather and severe weather. I'm gonna try and get down to, let's see what Fort Pierce. I don't know how I'm gonna get there. It's an hour away. You know what I could do? We'll just keep taking A1A, I think. I'm trying to decide the best way to get there. I'm looking at traffic on 95, and it looks better. I'm kind of south of the trouble spot now. But I do like that kind of discrete storm that's down there. Do I have a guy right next to me? I do not. So we'll see what we can do. The goal is to get down to Fort Pierce, where that isolated storm is kind of moving to. We'll see if we can make it happen. Biggest issue will just be traffic. and just our time. We're kind of running a little behind just because we intercepted those storms earlier, but we'll give it a shot. We'll see what we can do here. What altitude for freezing level? Honestly, I would have to look into that. I really have no idea. I couldn't even really give you a guess, an educated guess. I love Cocoa Beach, personally, so it's a good choice. I would come here fairly often, not just for Cocoa Beach, but for the Rockets. I would do rocket coverage from here, and I would always stay in Cocoa Beach just because why not when you're here, you know? We were in Abilene, just in Abilene. I think I stayed in Abilene actually for the night at a hotel. I think it was Abilene. Maybe. I don't know. That whole trip, it was only like a week ago, and it's just a blur. I don't remember, like, the cities and stuff that we were in. Drove from Kansas City to western Kansas, down to basically the Mexican border with Texas, south of Fort Stockton. Then we went back north. We chased central Oklahoma. Ended up in Arkansas, back to Oklahoma, down in Texas again, then north to South Dakota. So the coverage of rockets I did for my previous job, my previous employer. There's previous stuff I've done on the channel, but I do not do current coverage of rockets just for reasons. So I don't do that or touch that on this channel or professionally, other than just taking photos. I do post photos of them all the time, like over on my Twitter and Facebook and whatever, but I don't really do any type of special coverage for them. The last one I think I did coverage for was Artemis 1. I think that was my last, yeah, should be my last rocket launch I covered. Chris asked about Jacksonville forecast. I don't know. You're north of all of the rain that just came through, so I would venture a guess in terms of severe weather. You're probably good. You're probably done. There might be some more scattered showers tonight, but I think in terms of severe, you're probably fine. But I would also look into someone who forecasts for you professionally. I just got back to Florida at like 1 a.m. last night, and so I'm very out of tune with the weather here. Other than I know it's been hot and dry, and obviously there's weather happening today. That's about it. Does anyone know the rubber ducks with the Jeep, where that started? I've always kind of been curious. I know it's like a thing. I just don't know why. And this Jeep that just passed me in front of me had a bunch of them in its front window. I'm just curious. Is there like a backstory to that? Does anyone know? Explain it to me like I'm 5. Still watching the storm approaching from the south. I don't know, we're getting there. There's a sea breeze kind of kicking on shore right now, so okay, sir. I'm kind of curious if maybe it'll interact with that and do some weirdness. I don't know. We're also basically on an outflow boundary from the storms right now, so I'm kind of curious what that might do to some of these storms. Yeah, Jared, it's getting quiet. Looks like quiet stretch here coming up. Looks like the severe weather threat really doesn't start ramping up in the U.S. until probably like late next week, maybe. This is also one of my favorite beaches right here because I believe this is the Dog Beach in Brevard County. I'm pretty sure that's what this is here. This is where I take Stormy, the storm chasing corgi, to go on the ocean. All right, I'll look into it. I always like think about it and then I never remember it like in 30 seconds. I'm like a goldfish; it's just out of my brain. So yeah, maybe I'll look into it. I'm kind of curious. That Radisson has no windows. That's really strange. I'm assuming there might be windows on the ocean side, but very strange. Might be like hurricane reasons. It's probably smart. Driving on the beautiful A1A. Palm trees and beautiful condos and hotels. As far as the eye can see. I'm trying to remember the last time I came down this way. I don't even know if I've really driven this far south on A1A now that I think about it. Because usually I stop there where we just were. It's probably about as far south as I typically go for the dog park. So I don't know if I've really ever actually taken A1A this far south. Of weather though, nothing else really popping up, so just these two cells to the south that we're going to continue kind of going after. We're approaching that northern one relatively soon. We should be able to get to that one before it hits the ocean. We'll see, I suppose. Get it? Ocean? Sea? Anyway. Yeah, we're almost to it. Today was kind of a weird weather day. I thought the storms today would be a little bit more discreet, but things just turned really outflow dominant very early. I was kind of surprised by that. That is the 30-second storyline I needed, Jared. Appreciate you. Grown too much. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot, as you can see. I mean, there's a lot here. A lot going on. Everywhere. So I could it would take an hour to get down to Fort Pierce. I don't think I'm going to make it in time for that southern cell. I think we'll just keep going south for that northern one. Just play the northern one, see what happens. Still pretty warm and muggy ahead of this thing. It should have some instability to work with at least. It's got a sea breeze and outflow boundary kind of coming together here. So you gotta think some shenanigans might play out. Are you live? Well, I'm alive. The stream is in near real time. Does that count? Okay. We had my old station. We had a Jeep. It was a Jeep Gladiator. Yeah, we had just a duck on the windshield. Jeep ducking is the act of fellowship. I love it. Is that what it's called? Because that's fantastic. Jeep ducking. I freaking love it. So good. Such a good name. And we had some storms earlier, severe thunderstorm that we drove through, and then we had a pretty strong storm that moved through Cape Canaveral. We had like a beach dust storm. That was kind of neat. Strong waves and stuff like that. Some suspicious clouds, and now we're heading southbound, trying to get to a few of these storms that are about to hit the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. We'll see if we can get a view of them before they go out and see what happens here. But otherwise, we're just going for a nice leisurely drive down the highway. I have not taken this yet, so I'm kind of enjoying the ride, honestly. This is the first time I've been this far south on A1A, so I'm just having a great time. This is cool stuff. I love where I live, but it's, we don't have some of the excitement like being, like 20 feet from the beach, but also I don't have to worry about a hurricane wiping my house out. So, I pick my battles, I suppose. What I am really kind of curious about is there is this outflow boundary that's like diving south. I am kind of curious as it interacts with the ocean, the sea breeze, if like some weird stuff is gonna happen. Sometimes you can kind of get some boundary interactions and weird things can happen. So I'm kind of looking behind me right now. I can get you, I think, a decent view. Maybe not, actually. The one problem with this camera is that I'm still working on it right now, but it's not a true 360. It's actually like 290. So the very, very back, you don't get to see. Okay, all right, I'm looking forward to the little drive here. Appreciate it, Marcus. Oh, Marcus. Okay, sorry, it took me a second. Appreciate you. Honestly, keep an eye on that Buckhead Ridge storms, the boundary. That's kind of what I'm trying to do here, because they're like, I can see behind me like there's clearly some boundary on boundary interaction happening. Straight to my left now. I'm gonna see if I can give you a view with this camera or not. But yeah, there's all sorts of boundaries we're starting to play with now. And so, like, I don't know, there might be some weird shenanigans starting to take place just with the boundary interactions. But yeah, I'm trying to get south to see, you know, as these boundaries interact with that cell, maybe that'll provide enough convergence to do something stupid. We'll see, I suppose. Behind me, again, I don't think I'm going to be able to really show it to you, but you can kind of see in the far left corner of your screen, there's a little weirdness going on. Keep an eye on it. Slowly approaching this storm finally. Just to my south here. The nice thing about Florida is that you get all sorts of boundaries, you get all sorts of weird collisions. Mary, I did not bring Stormy. He was in my car and we were driving. And then he he was not in the right mind space. Let's just say that. It was, I had to bring him back home. He was very, very excited. It was a little too excited. And I feel bad for the poor pupper, but he's trying to break my camera in the front. We did go for a run though. So Storm and I did go for a little run. He was bolting, so we're good. Such a funky little storm down here. It's kind of looking to get rather interesting on radar, I will say. Again, approaching the storm, that's by Barefoot Bay. That's kind of where I'm trying to get to right now. Yeah, we need to get Stormy. He gets a little anxious in the car these days. He just gets really, really excited, I think, and so he just runs around like a psycho. And so we need something to calm him down. I think actually, Jared, if you're still here, I believe you mentioned like the thunder vest or whatever. Like, you know, that I've been meaning to try and get something for that to see if that calms him down in the car. But the thing is, I don't even know if anxious is the right word. It's just more excited. I don't know. Melbourne's a cool city. Before we got our house in Florida, We were kind of living like in an Airbnb, like once a month. We would like live in an Airbnb for a month and a different one for a month. And we stayed in one in Melbourne. It was like a block north of like that downtown strip. It's beautiful. I loved it. I love Melbourne. It was such a cool city. I love all like the little restaurants and shops and everything. Big fan of Melbourne. The thing I didn't like though was the drive. That was a long drive for work for me. Thunder shirt. Alright. Yeah, Stormy might need it. It's even funny, like, you know, because ironically it's because, you know, thunder, you know, because dogs are afraid of thunder. But he, like, loves storms. Like, he's, like, all about it. Like, he's just peeking out the window, just enjoying it. I don't know. From the target storm, like 8 miles away. So we are cooking. The storm, it's gonna probably have some boundary interactions as it goes out over the ocean. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. See what it does. Speed limit is 55 here, though. That's cool. I do love that. If anybody's got tips on how to keep their dog calm in a car, feel free to let me know. What's so weird is that he was such a good dog in the car, you know, like growing up, when he was like a little puppy. He always was, oh man, that car was close. He always loved traveling in the car. And like he would like sleep, and he was so cute as a puppy. And then he turned like 1, and then he just barks. The first like 30 seconds that you start driving, he's just an absolute freak mode. But then he's fine. I don't know. Also, if you get him to stop barking at an oven, that would also be great. My half brothers are Stewarts. Hey guys. There's dozens of us. Dozens. Turkey helps my pups in the car. Alright, that water is just blowing out of that hydrant. I wonder if that's the problem. I know like the turkey has whatever it is that like makes you sleepy. Okay, alright. Maybe. We'll give that a shot. Let's give that a shot. For whatever reason, I want to say dopamine. I know it's not dopamine. I know it's not that, but that's like the first thing that comes to my mind. Well, the far southern storm just absolutely fell apart. So I guess we don't have to go after that one anymore. So we got like this one storm left just south of the radar site. Oh, a little CBD tree. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Chris. My radar scope is being all sorts of weird. I'm just not getting these radar updates when I should. My data's like 7 minutes behind. I know there's got to at least be one more scan. Newer scan. The stews unite. 242. Is the Melbourne radar like break? What's going on here? Why is there not been a radar update since 242? 6 minutes ago. What is this, 2005? Radar scan, okay, alright. Ooh, you see that little CG action? Okay, alright. We're trying to get here. Evan Stewart. For some reason, I feel like that name is familiar as a meteorologist. I'm trying to recall. But I feel like that name is familiar. We're getting some CGs on this storm now, so I think it might be interacting with some boundaries. Maybe it's going to try and do something stupid. And I said, hold up. Ba-da-ba-ba-da. What's so incredible is I chased like so many days in like Oklahoma, Texas, where we had like extreme instability, and I feel like we never really had the insane lightning barrage I would have expected with that amount of instability. Yeah, okay. WTRK. I feel like I know him, or maybe we follow each other on Twitter or something like that. I gotta fact check that, but I feel like that's the case. So I guess we'll just kind of punch through this storm to get to the south side of it, and we'll look back north and I don't know, see what it does. There's a lot of boundary interaction. Also, I think I was saying something and just got distracted and just stopped mid-sentence. That's entirely possible. But yeah, right in front of us. Oh, yes, the instability. Yes, duh. The high-risk day in Oklahoma, that day, there were some pretty good positive lightning strikes, like big boomers. But yeah, look at that. I don't know. Let your dog hang his tongue out the window. Funny story about that. The window rolling down kind of scares him too. So if we have the windows down already, we're good. But then he'll bark at the window as it rolls down. But once it's like down all the way, he's fine again. I don't know. Love him to death, but man, he's got a few little quirks. GME end of the day, only have like 45%. Oh wait, never mind. There's still an hour left. Still left to the trade today. Alright, we're good. We're golden. The market's so broken. was trying to get in the precip here, northern fringe. We're gonna just punch through this storm, and we'll see what's on the other side. Got some big raindrops in here, that's for sure. Kind of interesting. We kind of got like the sun peeking out here slightly in this storm. Sure what Melbourne is running for their radar, but I'm like getting radar scans every like 6 or 8 minutes. Like I don't know what's going on here, or maybe it's just radar scope goofing. I don't know. I can't tell. Punch out of this rain here momentarily. KTVW is updating more often. Yeah, I don't know like what we're doing. So like the last scan, there's like 6 minutes between scans. They must be running like VCP 1.2 or whatever, like what was it 2.12 or whatever it is. They're not running like sales. I guess like the bulk of the storms are over with, so they're just kind of like done with it now. For anyone wondering, that bus stop, bus was just stopped with yellow flashers, was not stopped for reds, FYI. So we're almost through this little storm. The area of interest right now would be kind of right over here-ish. I'm not even sure, like, the makeup of this island. Is there even, like, a way to view anything? Oh, it's a state park. Look at that. A little area. I think I'm going to try to go to oh man, this is kind of a weird area. Yeah, the white dish in the back of the car is my Starlink, SpaceX Starlink internet dish that's back there. I need like a view east, and I don't really know. Clear West Lagoon coming up after the bridge. That's okay, alright. Coming in clutch. Let's go. I see a little parking up here too. Okay, so yeah, this is what I was. All right, this is what I was looking for here. Okay, thank you very much. I knew there was a state park area, and I had made the wrong turn. All right, we're cooking here. Let's see what we got going on. We'll have a good view as I cross this bridge. What may be back there, if anything. Well, I don't know. Ooh, this is really cool. I have never been here before. This is pretty amazing. You don't need to be working. All right. Well, nice. Let's take a little peek in here. Staff only. Let's see what we got going on. Park admission fees. Are we kidding? $8 per vehicle. Ugh. Alright, well, I guess we'll just sit here. Hey, how we doing? Good. What is it, 8?
You're by yourself.
4. I have 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There you go.
Let me get your receipt.
Okie dokie. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. You too. All right. So this better maybe do something fun to offset that $4 cost, eh? Let's see. Otherwise, I might just spend some time here because this looks pretty awesome. So area of interest, I guess, would be not really paid parking as much as access to the state park, which it's fine. Ironically, my license plate is the Florida like visit state parks one. So, well, I guess let's see what this does since we have a good view here. That would definitely be on the intersection of some boundaries. I'll say that much. So now we just get to watch and see what happens as the storm completely falls apart on radar. That's fine. This is the last and only play we have to go for. Yeah, I don't know how Florida works with state parks. Sometimes they are all their own. They require their own admission, or only paid by admission fees and whatever. It depends on different states. Illinois, I believe state parks are all free. Most of them anyway. Although I think like Starved Rock, I think you had to pay for, if I remember correctly. But it's been so long. I'm definitely gonna have to wander around here though. This place looks actually really cool. I like this little inlet thing going on. Okay, all right. Yeah, the smoke is back in the northern U.S. It's big problems. Yeah, that's not good. How is it smoke season already? You know, it's crazy. It's truly crazy. I think we got here just in time to watch the storm die. Is this outflow boundary coming still? What's going on here? Outflow boundary is kind of pushing south. I don't know. Maybe we just watch here and just see what these boundaries do. We have an outflow boundary coming in from the north. Looks like we have some more outflow boundaries coming in from the south. The sea breeze is still kind of just chilling. So, yeah, welcome. If you're new to the channel, hope you're all having a fantastic afternoon, morning, afternoon, evening, night, whatever. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of watch these storms, I guess. This is kind of the last thing that we got going on for us. Kind of an interesting day. We had some pretty good storms earlier over by Cape Canaveral, and that drive from New Smyrna Beach down to Cape Canaveral were outflow like the entire time. That was pretty wild. And now we got here just to watch our wonderful storm here die. It's fine. I guess that's why it's a slight risk, low risk for severe weather. We knew there would be a chance for a few severe storms. We did get into a severe weather polygon, so we had that going for us at least. I'm watching, got a few, another little development kind of just off to my southwest on radar. See, I'm looking kind of northwest. Let me see what's going on here. Hold on. Is this all a state park? Wow, okay, alright. Let's go down the road and just see maybe what this little storm is going to try and do. My device needs to cool down. Okay, that's fine. We have a pretty bad drought here in Florida too. It kind of grew out of nowhere. We had a pretty active winter, El Nino winter, and then the rain just kind of shut off in like April, like late March into April. It just got really quiet weather-wise. And so we've been struggling for rain. And so the stuff that we got going on today, thankfully, it's here. Although, I don't know if my house got enough of it. I don't know if we got any of it, actually. This is a really cool little area. My first time here, so... Didn't catch anything. Okay, so good to know. Maybe stay away if I'm a fisherman here. Looks like we got some camping up here. I'm just gonna park on the end here. I'm looking the right way, right? Where am I looking? Where? Oh, that's... Alright, hang on. Stand by. I'm going the wrong way. I was really turned around there for a second. Oh wait, no, I was looking the right way. I am so turned around right now. So this is the old storm. That ain't doing much. All of this, and then we have this kind of this new thing developing over here. There we go. Alright, I'm sorry, I was all turned around there. Is humid. Well, I opened the windows and inside cam immediately fogged up. Yeah, I don't want to put rain next to my camera lenses, though. It feels like a window I would, but not on my actual camera lenses. I think it's getting worse. Well, it's blown up on a radar. By blowing up, I mean it's got a 50 dBc pixel. We'll see if we get some lightning here soon. Well, it's looking a little better here. Bit of a bass kind of feature to this thing. Well, kind of an interesting bass feature to this thing. Doesn't look too bad on a radar either. I would like to see some lightning though. The lightning has been missing. high based though. Trying to get into some of the precip. Debating actually the area of interest might not even be this. Keep going down. I think I might have a bit of a better view south. Yeah, Florida season will be upon us very soon. It'll be my first hurricane season. I've not had to live in hurricane season yet. That'll be my first go around with hurricanes. We'll see what it looks like once we get through this rain here. It's just the cutest little storm. Such a small bean. trying to get a good view of this thing, and it's still just the heavy precip just kind of in the way. It's back there somewhere. Would kind of be the area of interest. If there is an area of interest, you know. Trying to get some bigger raindrops here. Starting to see through the rain. I see there's some interesting structure with this. I don't know. Hard to tell. Almost out of it here. Almost out of the rain. Anyway. Uh-oh. I plugged something I shouldn't have. I don't think it's affecting the stream though, so that's good. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, a little storm blew up and very quickly kind of dissipated. It's kind of playing the game of maybe some boundary interactions might do some weird things, but maybe not today. Just like that, poof. Pretty much everything is like gone across the whole state of Florida. Man. Well, a little storm blew up and quickly died. It was right near that boundary intersection, so I thought maybe there might have been some weirdness, a little water spout or something, but didn't seem like it wanted to pull it off. Used to live in Vero Beach. Alright. A lot of Floridians going on in here. Let's see. So that boundary blasted on through. That was what basically caused this thing to go. Sea breeze is now well west. The outflow boundary coming in from the north is pretty much stalled, so I don't really see any other potential with this little guy here. We get some raindrops coming on in. Just kind of looking at the state of affairs here. We had this boundary kind of form. It's riding off of this boundary here. The sea breeze, I think, is now way like out here. So there's kind of like a series of different boundaries that all just kind of started interacting with each other. And yeah, that might be it. Still a small little bean on the radar. Small bean. Pretty good view of the base of this thing now. It's a small shower. Another one coming in from the south here. There's this boundary city here. Well, I guess there's a beach here, so I might as well go do that. Enjoy the beach while I'm here. just seeing some small little showers continue to pop up here and there, kind of along series of boundary intersections. Doesn't seem like anything really wants to go and kind of do something fun. Kind of a cool little area, though. Neat little area. So we're watching that one thing on the radar off to the north. We do have a few more things kind of developing off to the south here. Two different little areas. Bastion Inlet State Park. Really cool spot. I wonder what the dark sky is like here. One is a pretty good spot to do some nice sky photography. What a sad little shower now. Didn't want it to be a real storm. Thought about it. Yeah, we're raining again. Comes the next shower passing off. Alright guys, well, I think that'll probably do it for today. We tried, we tried a bunch of different storms. We got some severe weather today. Overall, I'd say it was kind of an eventful live stream. If you are just popping in for the first time, feel free to subscribe for more future live streams. Feel free to like the video as well. Yeah, I appreciate y'all tuning in. Have a great rest of your afternoon, evening, night, morning, whatever it is where you are. Thanks for watching, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your time. But we'll see you at the next time whenever severe weather or potentially hurricanes threaten. I don't know what the next live stream will be. I guess we'll see. Have a good one, guys.
Let's go.
Go.
Whoa, big tornado.
Confirmed tornado right near the Malcolm area.
Tornado in progress.
On the ground, still tornado on the ground.
We did it. 30 seconds. That's all I wanted.